Hello and welcome everyone to what are we doing? All day focus mode, 60 minutes sprints. I'm Shanon, writing under the pen name of S.D. Huston, the author of A Curse of Scales and Feathers, A Curse of Wings and Gems, and the Clash of Goddesses series. And the goal of this stream is to have 1 hour long sprints. It's a little bit longer today as far as like how long we'll sprint for, and it's not strictly timed on the breaks in between. But it is a bit low key as I'm not appearing on screen. And you're welcome to use these sprints for whatever productivity you need, whether reading, writing, housework, coursework, or day job, or just taking care of you. I use the sprint time to focus on my task, which means I won't be in the chat until the breaks. But then I love to catch up with everyone and, just talk about whatever it is we have going on. And see, I started. So I was sick. I'm a bit better. Every day is getting better, of course. But I got sick like last Wednesday, woke up not feeling too well. And I was sleeping by the last, there's 3 sprints during that stream that morning. I was sleeping through 2 of them. And I ended up just staying in bed for a few days. But I did like wake up and have my laptop and like write a few words. I started writing on a short story I had outlined a couple weeks ago. And I added here and there to it. And by the time I was feeling better and I looked back at it, I was like, this thing makes no sense. I'm like, I'm going to put it aside though. I did finish it, but I put it aside. I said, I'll come back and revise this later. I'll figure it out. Really can't tell you what I wrote. But by Saturday, I wrote up another short outline for a short story. Because I'm trying to do an 8-part series of short stories that are loosely interconnected. And so I started outlining that on Saturday and started writing it. I did, mostly brainstorming on Saturday, and then Sunday started drafting it. I'm over the halfway point. I'm like in the scene right before the climax happens. So I'm going to continue writing that short story. And that one's called Lotus in the Earth Sun. And so the way the 8-part short story is working is that I have 8 elements in my world. And so each of the short stories is based on one element. And the title is very specific. So the first part of the title is a nickname given to the heroine, who's human in all of these stories. And then the second part is tied to the element and has something to do with the hero. So it's fantasy romance and male-female relationships. So, yeah. So I'm enjoying it. And I like this. I really do like this, this story. I had said I don't like the story I wrote before this. And I think it's basically because I don't think it makes any sense. I was like having a fever for most of that. So it's going to be interesting coming back to it and reading it later. I never felt connected to any of the characters. And I think because I have a lot of plot holes and character holes. What do you call it when your character's not complete? I don't know what that's like. Plot holes, right? You're missing parts of your plot for it to make logical sense. What do you call it? Like, well, I guess it's just lack of character development, but we're going to call it character holes. So I'll come back to that one later. I thought that would be like a fun one to write too, because it's about a thief and a trying to level up and win against a few games against a trickster. And so it's really fun because I had written some riddles, and but I felt like that whole scene, even with the riddles, didn't make no sense. So yeah, it'll work in revisions though. We'll come back to it. But yeah, so I think I can finish up this other short story today, Lotus in the Earth Sun, because I'm almost done with it. I'm still having a hard time writing short. I'm trying to stay under 10,000 words for all of these. Not a single one has ever ended up with just 10,000 words. I think almost all of them ended up between 11 and 12,000 words. The first story I wrote, because now this is the 4th one in the 8-part series. The first one I wrote, I went through and I just like really cut down. I did a lot of line editing to make things more concise, which, you have to be careful with that because you can lose your author voice. But I want to be less than 10,000 words because then it'll fit within the 1 hour reads on Amazon, which has less competition than the other categories when it comes to short story reads on the Amazon platform. And so I'm trying to keep it under 10,000. And like this one is, what is it? And not a single one of them have been under 10,000 words when I finish. The other 3, they're all around 11 to 12,000 as well, but I haven't cut down those. I cut down the other 3, the other 2, sorry. So the Moon Blade and the Air Trickster, those 2 are between 11 and 12,000 words, but I have not gone through and tried to cut those down. Well, I can't even cut down the Air Trickster one because it doesn't make sense. So I have to really revise that one anyways. Let's see. This one is already at 7,788 words. And I have built into the outline. I'm on scene 5. And it's supposed to have 8 scenes. So 3 more scenes I need to write. And I kind of figured out a word count for those. And those last 3 scenes is like, so if I'm at 7,800, I roughly have like 2,000 more words I can write. But with the last 3 scenes, it's like 27 plus 9. It's 3,600 words left is what I'm thinking I have left to write. So again, I'm going to be over. So we'll see what happens. But right now I'm trying to just write the story as it would come out and then worry about trying to cut down what I need to do. All right, let's say hello. Kendra was first in. I'm working on my playing project today. I don't know what that is. Playing project? I don't know what that means. Is that like a play that you're writing or it's a project that you're playing? But I'm missing something, I think, there for me to understand what it is. If you don't want to explain, no worries. But as long as you know what you're doing. So, hey, this is Kat. Hello, how are you doing? Hello, Deshalé. I'm working on my short story. I'm already on my timers. I'll share more later. Maybe I'm still not. I know I'm not like completely well still. I've got quite a bit of congestion going on, and a bit of coughing. Although that seems to have eased up as the morning's going along. But what does it mean that you're already on your timers? I don't understand. I'm not understanding much this morning. So, oops, skip this one. Sorry. 2-dimensional characters. Yeah, true. That's what it could be called. I mean, I feel like. Because I'm thinking about my thief, and she's trying to steal an illusion mask. And the illusion mask can do illusions, but can also hide your identity. And she's ready to move on to a new life because she's tired of being a thief. By the end of the story, I feel like the last few chapters, I was more lucid in the last few chapters. I really got in there and understood her character, but she does feel like a 2-dimensional character to start with. And so does the trickster. But I think the trickster just feels like 2-dimensional character the whole way through. And I feel like the romance is not believable. So at this point, I'm like, this doesn't make any sense right now. I'm trying to remember what I was reading, and then I thought, yeah, well, we're just gonna wait. We'll come back to this later. Sound better? Yeah, I feel better from last week. Yeah, getting there for sure. Sorry, I was just playing with writing this. I thought I told you about it, just didn't really plan it out. No worries. You might have told me about it. I already don't have a great memory. If you said anything in my delirium, I did get onto YouTube on Saturday and a little bit on Sunday. So I think I probably saw you in Rita's stream, and you might have said something there, but that was like a blur to me. I was still sleeping. I did not leave my bed until yesterday. Yesterday was the first time I was out of bed since Wednesday. Wednesday I did the stream. As soon as the stream was done, I went to bed. I didn't wake up until I had to go get my kiddo, which then my husband came in early. So then I picked him up as well. And got home, went back to bed until we had an interview for the podcast. So I got up for the podcast, an interview, did that. I don't really remember it, but I remembered it when I edited it yesterday because that's coming out today. And then went back to bed, and then I didn't leave my bed until yesterday. So I've been in bed like the whole time, just sleeping and with my laptop. Context, I log my writing time. Okay. So I'm already on my timers. Okay. It's like doing a Pomodoro sprint, but logging the length of time and details. I do that too. I log everything, the time and all the details that goes with it. It's interesting. Yeah. I like doing that. I've done it for like 3 years now. It really helps me see how I'm spending my time. So like a good sprint, I'll try to keep all my focus on the words. I mean, that's how sprints were, like writing sprints, right? They were first developed that way, where you would just write the whole time. And it didn't matter. Like if something came to your mind, you just wrote that and you just kept on going. You pushed through. You didn't stop. You write as much as you can. In that sprint. I don't know why I'm yawning. I've slept a lot. I'm going to Discord message you one of the all the words graphics with the blue and purple colors. Let me know if you like them. I can send you a full set, no pressure to respond quickly. Well, what if I look at it right now? Did you already send it? I think you did. I got a message. Ooh, I like it. Yeah, I like that. Those are like some of my favorite shades. I can work with that. Yes, I like it. Let's do it. Oh, I got another message from Tiffin. Okay. We were talking about like scrolling socials and stuff, and like I don't really scroll socials. I should more often, but I don't. Oh, that was the last comment. I still feel a little scattered in my mind, so y'all, if you want to keep me on track, you can. Let's go ahead and get the first sprint going. Like I mentioned at the beginning, we'll be going a little bit longer today. At 1 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Eastern is the premiere of the podcast episode, and this one's with Dale. And we had a really great conversation. It's a little bit longer, so we'll probably go on an hour sprint right before it starts, and then I'm going to have to like back the sprint up and add a little more checks. I don't have a sprint timer that's longer than an hour, and his interview is like 103. Sorry, I'm seeing it in the editing in my mind. I'm seeing it in the editing program. It was 1 hour and 3 minutes and some change, and then with a minute timer at the beginning to count down for the premiere. So it's like 100. No, I keep saying 100 because it's 1 hour. It shows 1 hour and then the minutes and then the seconds on the time on the editing program. So it's 65 minutes altogether, basically. So we will be doing just a slightly longer sprint during that time period, so I can be over there in the premiere for his episode. And I'm so excited to have him because over the years with the podcast started in January of 2022, and it started right after I pitched him the AuthorTube Writing Conference. And in January is when I sent him the paperwork that everything I wrote up for the conference, and that's when he signed on to come on board. So it's like the podcast kind of started at the same time as that my relationship developed, the professional relationship with Dale developed. And so I felt like it kind of goes all hand in hand. And over the years, I thought about, asking him to come on the podcast. But at the same time, I'm like, I know he's busy. I didn't want to feel like I was taking advantage of our professional relationship to get him onto something that was mine. That was, I don't know. I mean, but I'm sure my podcast benefits people, but not as much as like the conference. The conference, I feel like, is a real huge benefit for other people. So I just kind of felt like it was like I shouldn't be asking him that. And then we had someone else lined up for this podcast episode that was supposed to come out today, and they fell through. And so like last minute, I was trying to find someone, and I thought, oh my gosh, I've never had Dale on. His Kickstarter is the pre-launch page is open right now. It launches on September 30th. I was like, this is a perfect timing to get him on if I'm ever going to get him on, because I'm ending the podcast next season. So I was like, this is the time. And so I reached out to him, and I couldn't reschedule the podcast episode, even though I was really, really sick on Wednesday, because we had to, get that done. And it was a really great conversation. I had so much fun. And lots of gems that he dropped for that conversation. So cool. I'll download it with the backgrounds, with transparent background, and load into a folder for Drive, and we'll email that to you. Thank you. I appreciate that. We'll also have the regular folder for you as well. Awesome. Emailing Maggie right now. Morning, Rachel. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. I don't know what I was going to say there. My brain just like, yep, you don't know what you were going to say. It's gone. How many sprints do you think you'll be doing today? I mean, I think I would say at least 5, maybe 6, possibly 7. It just really depends. I've got to stop talking. If I stop talking, then we'll get a few more sprints in there. So, tangent. I'm glad you got to get some rest. Yes, I slept a lot, but I still feel tired, which is really weird. But I guess it's just my body just needs to fully recover, I think. All right, let's go ahead and get this thing going. Too many tabs open. I pulled up Morgan. Morgan is sprinting. She's been sprinting the last couple Monday nights, and I keep forgetting. And I pulled it up this time, so I'll share that before the end. All right, 1 hour on the clock, and 3, 2, 1. Good luck. this time on the first sprint. How did you do? Oh, I gotta pause this video. Okay. Yeah, so I started off revising the last chapter I wrote yesterday in this short story because I was writing it fast. And so like when I get to a part, what I've been trying to do, because I've been drafting fast, and this is how I did last month. I drafted so much last month is a dictation. If I got to a point where I was like, okay, I don't know what this is going to sound like you get that like feeling like you want to craft the perfect sentence, but you can't pull it out right then and there. And you're like, you know it, but you can't pull it out. And so when I get to like that point and I'm like, I'm not wasting time. I'm trying to get as many words as I can right now in this period of time. Then I just put some brackets and I put in there like what I want, what I think I want to do. And so I only had right before I was going to bed, I thought, let me sit down for like one more half-hour sprint. So I only had that time. I thought, let me finish up this chapter because I wanted to finish the chapter. I had started it. So I just did as much as I could in that half hour. And so I used a lot of brackets. So I thought, okay, today I'm going to have to come back and address some of these brackets. Like I have brackets in some of my other short stories that are done, but they're like very sparse, like maybe one every other chapter. So maybe 2 or 3 in the whole short story, where the chapter from last night had several because I was just trying to get it out as fast as possible. So I did spend the beginning part just revising and figuring out what I want those sentences to be. And I spent quite a bit of time on that because I was erasing, starting again, trying it again. Let's do it again. So I kept changing my mind, but I was like, I'm going to get this done before I start the next chapter. Then I went to brainstorming the next chapter. I already have an outline, but I felt like I needed like a bridge between the end of the chapter I just finished and the next chapter I was going to start, which was the climax. So, and I thought, just a short little scene, like a bridge. So I brainstormed that. So that wasn't very much there. And then I started drafting the next chapter. Between all of that, got 1,514 words. And so the brainstorming and the drafting, of course, is the biggest part of that. That was the dictation part. The revision, I was just sitting there doing it over and over again. But yeah. Okay. Let's see where we left off. I think it was here, tangent. Glad you got to get some rest. Yeah. So I'm still recovering. I have been meaning to grab Dr. B is Vanessa is sprinting right now. If y'all could hear it, I'm still a bit congested. And I don't feel as tired now. I felt really tired when we started the stream, but I'm definitely much better than I was last week. So Vanessa is streaming right now. There's her link. And then Elsa is actually streaming too. And she doesn't have very many people over there. So if you could stop by and say hello, hit the like button. I'm like, what am I writing? I forgot what I was writing already. All right. Did I spell her name right? I feel like I spelled it wrong. I think I spelled it wrong. Did it go up? Yeah, I just spelled it wrong. It wasn't until I hit the enter button that I was like, wait, I don't think I spelled that right. There it is. That's the right spelling. So, hello, Vanessa. How are you doing? Cass said, got to sleep in, just woke up. Well, I bet you feel refreshed. Are you working on anything today? And then Andy popped in. So, hello. How are you? Okay, got some appointments handled, went through emails. Also, I now know the weapon used in the dastardly deeds in our series, and it is a Scottish Highland dirk. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I love that. Yeah. Before I forget, I want to put out there, y'all. I don't know how many of y'all might be familiar with Storyteller's Hearth, the write-a-thon. They used to be the the Worldwide Write-a-thon a couple of years ago, but it was kind of a mouthful to say, so they rebranded to the Storyteller's Hearth. So, and they've gone down to just doing 2 marathons a year. There were more people interested in it during lockdown time, and now, not as many people because they used to do it once a quarter. So anyways, they just did open up for, if you've never hosted a sprint for them, they have their applications open. It opened as of yesterday. If you've hosted before, I think if you've hosted at least 3, then you just put your availability in on the sheet that they have. if anyone's interested in that, let me know. I can grab the link to the application and or the availability and or the Discord, because they do everything through Discord. You don't have to be on Discord to be part of it. It's just where they collect everything at, and but they also release information on. Or I should just grab the link for the video that they did yesterday. It was a live stream for them opening the stuff for October. So it's October 24th. Yeah, October 24th to the 26th. So I like doing the write-a-thon. It's just fun. It's fun to meet new people because there's always new people on YouTube. You always meet new author tubers. And it's fun, just doing a marathon. I love doing marathons, and I love doing them with people. So it's lots of fun to do it. Lots of good writing time. Bless people who find my browser history. Right? What? I don't even know what the last thing I looked up. What's the last thing? Oh, I was looking up different like anagrams and stuff like that. So that was the last thing. So that's not too bad. But Mom Maggie, hello, lovelies. How are you? Are you working on anything? Mom Maggie, I just sent you an email. And there's Vanessa's stream. The Dark Project, hello. I'm recording audio and getting videos put together, having my coffee and doing that before I get groceries. Sounds like you got a full day ahead of you. I've got, so my second cup of coffee is almost done here, but then we get a third. And I need to blow my nose. Sorry, guys. I'm not going to blow it here on the live. I'll wait until we go. But until then, I'm like sniffling. Hello, Mom Maggie. Kendra got 838 words on my Just for Fun project. I love that. Just for fun. And then Elsa streaming, although I spelled her name wrong. 504 words for Adeshle. Nice. I think placeholders are a great tool to use. Yes, especially if you're like just trying to get the words out there. I just knew that like for the chapter I wrote last night, like I know some of the short stories I've written, and I've just set aside because I'm trying to finish this whole series at first. That I have those placeholders I need to go back to, but like I said, they're just so minimal, that I don't feel like I need to change or to go and do anything with it right now. But what I left in my document last night on the chapter I finished, I was like, oh my gosh, like half the chapter's a bracket. So I was like, okay, I got to get in here and figure this stuff out. But I'm making sure that my act 1 is separated into a few chapters. Awesome. So do you try to have like a certain percentage for each of your acts? I always think I'm going to go into it with a good idea. Like, act 1's like 25%, act 2's 50%, act 3 is another 25%, right? That's kind of like if you have a 3-act structure. There's more than 3 acts. 3-act structure is one structure. There are more structures that have various acts, or some with 4, or some with 5. But I typically try to think of my books, my novels, in 3 acts. Because I have found that if I think about it, so I don't like really plan novels, like I don't outline like I'm doing with my short stories. But if I, in my head, I kind of know what's going on. And I've been thinking about like, okay, here's the midway point. Here's, midway point is usually midway point through the act 2 of the 3-act structure. And that's worked really well for me just in my head, so that I know like, okay, I know about how many words left I have that are going to be in this novel, which can be like, oh my gosh, I write so long. Thank you for the storyteller's link. Okay, so yeah, let me grab. It's probably in my YouTube history because I didn't go too many places yesterday on YouTube. I went to that, and I went to DL's live stream. Oh, I did watch more stuff than I thought I did. 9 Powerful Words That Transform Any Novel in 24 Hours. That's by BookFox. I love that one. That was really good. Some of them I knew already. That was really good. And I did go, I forgot I went to Rita's author armchair chats. Okay, so where is the one for... How's it like not in here? I watched it yesterday. I was there live, and it's not showing. It's showing me other stuff. Book release day. Okay, there it is. I found it. I just didn't recognize it for some reason. All right, so Can't spell. Storytellers. Hearth announcement video. And actually the application, if you've not hosted 3 times before, the application's in the description box. If you have hosted 3 times before, then you can just go straight to the other link in the description box to fill out your availability. And if you want to co-host, like say you don't want to host on your channel, but you would love to be able to co-host with people. And I for the very first Storyteller's Hearth I was part of, I put, I've done it every time is put myself as a co-host. But I love doing that because you get to meet new people that way. Here's that link. So yeah, I love meeting new people in the community. Might apply this time. Yay. I know that they, with fewer and fewer people are like spending as much time on YouTube and sprints and whatnot since the shutdown. They've had fewer and fewer people sign up. And like last time when they did it in March, they didn't have enough people. So like Alice, like she ran like 2 or 3 different streams herself. I think I just did one, but was it March? Whatever month it was in. I have 2 short story projects. Oh, you do? And you're not so short story, right? That one's done for now. That one's just on the back burner before you start revising it. One is a post-apoc zombies, sort of. The other is a paranormal romance. You're just all over the place. I'm just working on these before I go to edit my not short story. Okay, so it is on the back burner. That was 115,959 words. That's a lot, but it's not too bad. I mean, Lord, I think I'm at the midway point for my novel, my work in progress, and it's sitting just over 100,000 words. And I'm like, this is too long. This is too long. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I think I can probably cut some. I did that for my previous novel because I think it ended like 190 something or other. And I got it all the way down to almost 180. And then my readers were like, I would like to know more about this and more about that. And by the time I was done, it was like 193. So yeah. Need to warm up my coffee. I think I need to do that too, mine too, because it's just been sitting here. There's not much left in it, but I don't like cold coffee. I think children will be dropped off soon. Aunt Kat is going to have some kids rest of the day and tonight, and I have a meeting with a friend in a couple hours. Sounds like a very busy day for you, but lots of great stuff happening. Hey, Emma, how's it going? Hope all is well with you. I use the Save the Cat structure mostly with percentages, and I go through and say, well, if I want 2K a chapter, then each bullet point is 1K words, LOL. It's a different for each story. Yeah, I do like the Save the Cat structure. I think about it more like the beats. So like when I'm writing my story, I do like a reverse outline because I don't outline my books ahead of time. I mean, I know, I always know my beginnings and I always know my endings to my stories. So I know with my novels and like I'm writing a series, like I know the end of the series. So I know where I'm heading, but the middle part, I don't know. And I think Save the Cat really helps me make sure that I'm staying on track when I do my reverse outline, because then I can see if I'm hitting the beats. So yeah, I really do like that structure. Oh gosh, I see that's a bit. Yeah. And hi friends to whom I have yet to say hi to, and Emma, Atashale, hi, hey MM. So the story I'm currently separating plot points is going to be 100K. The other story I'm writing in today will be 250K in total. That might be what this work in progress is, my novel. I don't know. I'm trying not to. This is why I'm like really concentrating on short stories right now, because I'm really trying to get myself more in a mind frame of writing shorter. Because there's just a certain point in which when you go over a certain word count, when it comes to actually like selling your work, it's not exponential growth in your income revenue or in your revenue. That's the same thing, right? Income revenue. So I'm trying to get to a point where I'm maximizing my time while telling a good story still. So I'm figuring out how can I do this shorter and it still makes sense and gives a good, well-rounded story. I don't know if I'm going to succeed in this, but that's my endeavor. So, all right, we got to the end of the comments. Let's go ahead and get set up for the next sprint. 1 hour on the clock. Find the right button. Nope. Okay, here we go. If anyone has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, I'll see you guys on the other side of an hour in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. That is time. Excuse me. That's time on that sprint. How did you do? I finished up the chapter I had started at the end of the last sprint, and I even did a little bit of revising because I hit almost 10,000 words for the short story, and that was the climax, which I had 2 more scenes left I have to write. Well, the one's kind of short because it's just a bridge to the resolution. But I was like, yeah, I'm trying to say under 10,000 words to hit this 1 hour reads on Amazon. So I was like, okay. So after I finished drafting that chapter, I went back through and I just revised it a bit and line edited it to reduce the word count. And then didn't have much brainstorming to do for the next part because it's just the bridge. But I just finished writing the bridge as the timer went off. I was like, oh, that's perfect timing. Let's see. I'm trying to see how much I wrote here. Because I had a drafting period. That was 14 words for the drafting of the rest of the chapter, 99 words added in revision. And then this, okay, I don't know. Okay, I wrote that. Okay. I was like, wait, I have some of my words are like separated from other parts of the story. I'm like, what is this? Oh yeah, I wrote that. I'm trying to figure out where I'm gonna put it in. I might not keep it. That was 582 words added in the bridge leading to the resolution of the story. Let me write this down before I forget. Okay. 582. And that puts me at 10,369 words in this short story. Almost all of these short stories are coming out right about the same, between 11 to 12,000 words. And I have one more scene that I'm going to write. And the last scene, I have put it at roughly 1,400 words. So that would put me up in the 11,000 range. So I'm going to have a couple thousand I'm going to need to cut in the future. All right, let's see how you guys did. Okay, left off here with Kat saying the story I'm currently separating plot points is going to be 100K. The other story I'm writing today is 250. I thought, wow, 250K, that's a lot. I'm trying to get shorter. Although my novel in progress, I'm pretty sure is going to hit that 200K. I'm hoping it's not going to be 250K. Yeah. Jody, hello. Good morning, beautiful friends. Hugs. Nice to see you. Tracy. On my way to PT, but I will let this run so you get the watch time. Hugs. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Joanne came in. Hello, everyone. What are y'all working on? I'm actually working on a short story. I have a 8-part series, short stories I'm trying to write. And I wrote one while I was sick. Doesn't make any sense. It's all fever dream. And so that one I'll come back to. And then this is my 4th one. So I have 4 more to write after this. Although I have to stop and revise another short story I wrote for an anthology because it's due at the end of the month. So I have to do that. Hey, would I go about signing up to be co-host of Storytellers Hearth Relay? So I dropped the link earlier. And if you go to that link, that is the announcement video. Go into the description box. There is a Google Sheet for co-host availability. So you just go in there and you put your name into one of the columns and then put an X in every cell along the rows that you can do it. And it's all Eastern times. So I think you're Eastern. So probably I always have to translate it into Central time for me. So you just put an X in there where you are available to be a co-host. If you're on Discord, there's a Discord for it. I don't know. Did they put the Discord link in that video? I don't know if they did. Because what they'll do is that, once the co-host recruitment window opens, and that opens after the hosts find out that they're hosting, because they'll do like an official, like, reach out to everybody who's going to be a host. They'll officially reach out and say, hey, can you be a host for this time period? Even though we put our availability on there, they just want to make sure it still works. And then that way we know what time that we are hosting. And then after we know that we're hosting, we can go ahead and start recruiting our co-hosts. But there's going to be an actual, like, a co-host recruitment time. And that's when people typically will be like on Discord saying, hey, Joanne, I saw that you're available on Sunday at 10 a.m. Are you still available? Would you like to co-host with me? So that's usually what happens. And then sometimes a co-host will actually just reach out too. I've done that myself. I was like, hey, do you have co-hosts yet for your stream? I would love to co-host with you. If they have the availability. So that's usually how it is. But the best way to start is to put your availability into that sheet. JL, hello. How's it going, everyone? Hello all. Feels strange to not be working on my book. Finally sent it to an editor. Woohoo! Wait. I think I got something on here now. I don't know. I was like, I always said I need to get something on here. There, I got it on here. That's so awesome. I love that. So are you thinking about the next story yet? Let's see what else. Although I suppose it would be wise to use this time to look at book covers and get an idea of what I want. I mean, yeah, that too. I've kind of done a bit of perusing. I don't know if I'm saying that word right. Browsing, looking at book covers in my genre for this 8-part short story series that I'm writing, because I'm going to get covers for those made. And I think I'm going to go through get covers because they're just short stories. And if you go through get covers, if I just do an ebook, it's like $10 for a book cover. And they can do pretty good. If you've an idea of what you want, they can make really good covers. And so I probably will do that. Although if you want the paperback cover too, it's $35, which is still a really good price. I don't know if I'll do paperback for short stories because I don't know that they're going to be long enough to be in a paperback, but I will put all of them into one paperback later. So I don't know. But yeah, I've started looking and making notes of like what I think I want to do and what color scheme I want to use and stuff like that. So I think it's kind of fun. It's kind of like window shopping. You're looking at other book covers in the genre. Like, ooh, I like that. Ooh, I like that color. Oh, I like how those two colors go well together. Like, you never think about, like, I don't know. I was watching a video for Huston Hotel this morning, actually. And Huston Hotel, if you guys have seen it, or if you haven't seen it, it's a very particular color palette. And it's something that, like, you'll find videos on YouTube if people say, why this style? Because it's like lots and lots of red. But they do have lots of accent colors in there, and they have quite a bit of like pinks and kind of reddish pinks with like purples and things like that. And I'm seeing that purple is like becoming kind of a favorite color in romantasy book covers. And I was like, ooh, that kind of reddish pink, maybe with a slight orangey tint to it with purple would be a really good color scheme to use. So I was just thinking that this morning when I saw the video, like, I was like, oh yeah, that's right. They have a really distinct color palette. But yeah, so it's like window shopping. I don't really like window shopping when it comes to like clothes, because I'm like, just get it and get out. Like, I don't want to spend time. I wear sweats and t-shirts. That's usually what you'll find me in. But with book covers, it's a little different, right? Jocelyn came in. Good morning. So does Stacey. Good morning. I'm doing productivity today and free writing. Nice. There was I don't do a whole lot of free writing unless I have like an idea. Actually, I did come up with an idea over the weekend, and I told myself I was going to sit down and free write it. I made myself get out of bed on Saturday and take a shower, and then I went back to bed. I didn't actually leave my bed until Sunday, like permanently. Like the whole day I spent out of the bed because I've been sick, for those who may not know. But I came up with an idea, and I said, oh, I'm going to go back to bed and I'm going to free write it. But I think I went back to bed and I slept and I totally forgot. But Devin sent me a video this morning about a new way to like plan. And the video was not a writer. She's an entrepreneur, but she was talking about this trend that's on TikTok where you're like, you know how we like to plan stuff. Like, I plan things in my mind. I don't really write down stuff, but some people have planners, like, a lot of writers have planners where they're writing, okay, Q1 goals, Q2 goals, that kind of stuff. And so this trend that's going around is like giving yourself coursework, like classes. So you set up your schedule, like on classes, like for this month, I'm going to learn about marketing books. And then you have like, what are you going to read? What's your output? Like, I don't think she called it output, but like, what is it that you're going to do to show what you've learned from your class that you gave yourself? But she talked about a few different books in there. And one of them was a book that had a lot of free writing exercises in it. And I mean, she talked about doing like morning pages or whatever, which I don't really do morning pages, but I was like, oh, I like the free writing exercises. That'd be kind of cool. Sorry, got off on tangent. I like the video that Devin sent me. So I'm switching my 250K word story. You are. I can't focus. Oh, okay, so you're switching to it. Okay, gotcha. I can't focus on this one. That's the one that was 100K that you were trying to figure out. Okay, this one is a psychological thriller, and that larger one is a natural disaster thriller. I like that one better. Okay, so you like the natural disaster thriller better than the psychological? I don't write thrillers, so I don't think I would understand the feeling with it. But I think if I was to like take the first part, I like anything psychology, and I don't really like I've been through a natural disaster. I don't want. I like avoid movies and stories that are about natural disasters because I've been through one. We lost our house. We lived outside. I got really, really sick because I have asthma. So I'm like, I don't want anything to do with that. But I like everything that's psychological. So I really like that part. I'm going to take my dog out back for the next sprint. They'll work on Act 2 of my natural disaster story. Okay, so if it's 250,000 words, how many acts do you have? Are you going by the Save the Cat one? How many acts does Save the Cat have? I don't remember now. What's like your word count for Act 2 then? JL says, I'm considering writing a prequel. One of my beta readers mentioned how much he liked the father of the main character, and I could easily write the story of her parents. Ooh, and that would be great for like a reader magnet. I don't know if that's an idea that you would like, but or not, but I think that would be an awesome idea. In the book, we see a little of their backstory. We know they met when they were in foster care, and we find out one of her parents isn't really her biological parent. So I could certainly work with that. Yeah, I think that's interesting that to find out that, like, does she know that one of her biological parents is not, or one of them is not her biological parent? My brain's not thinking straight still. The story, though, when I'm writing the story, it seems to be very clear. Because this is the book where it's 2 points of view, where it's an older lady and a younger lady, right? And they're not related. I'm trying to remember. I don't know if this is the same book that you did before, or if that's the one that's at the editor, maybe. So no, that's the one that's probably at the editor that you're looking for a prequel. Sorry, I'm losing track of my own thoughts here. So yeah, I think that's pretty interesting. Like, and when does she find out that that's not her biological parent, or does she know already? Still on the fence about whether to make it a trilogy with a prequel and a sequel or leave it as a standalone. What do you find seems to work best in your genre? That's what I would say. I'm assuming that since you're sending it off to an editor and you're going to get ready to look at cover designs, I'm assuming this is something you want to sell. It's always good to do some market research. And I'm not all about right to market exactly, but you have to like know the market a little bit in order to be able to sell your work. So that's probably what I would look at. Like if it's common to have trilogies, or if it's common to have a sequel and a prequel, then that might help you, right? With what you want to do with your choice. Mama Maggie says, Shadowhunt is really turning into 2 separate stories in one book. The dividing line is the death of a human main character in this series. Then there is several decade gap before the next inciting event. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like it would be a good place to split it. Are like the main questions, like, are they answered by the end of not that they necessarily have to be, but I have found, and maybe this is just romantasy, I have found that a lot of readers, they really don't like something that has like a cliffhanger unless like the main questions are answered. Even then, they still don't really like cliffhangers. But actually, that's like in fantasy as well. Because I remember at the end of Blood of the Lily, I think one of my first reviews I got from someone I didn't know was like, it ends on a cliffhanger. And I'm like, well, not really. But I left something in there at the end that would say, okay, this is where it could go next. But the main question was answered, which is, will Lily save her sister? She saves her sister. But it's then the next question I put out there is like, well, here's this person they met while she's trying to save her sister, who's looking for his brother. Will they find his brother? But that wasn't like the main storyline. The main storyline, everything that happened in the story was her trying to get to the point that she could save her sister. So yeah, I don't know. readers, they could be quite exacting on what they would like in their stories. So sometimes you just have to write for you. She finds out one of her parents wasn't her biological parent after they passed away. Oh, she would have grown up in a very rich family, but because of the situation, she was given up for adoption. So she ends up growing up in a poor farm town, but with two loving parents. Unfortunately, they both passed away when she was only a teenager. So the two loving parents she grew up with, one was a biological parent and the other one was not. And the one that is her biological parent she didn't grow up with happens to be rich. It's an interesting situation. Lots of drama could be there. Yes, one MC is the elderly woman, the other is the young single mom. Okay, so there's the same story that I'm thinking of. I think I might write the prequel for my own pleasure and then decide once it's written or not publish it. Yeah. Well, and then you could use it as a reader magnet because if you have one reader who really wanted it, I'm sure other readers would probably like it too. And even if you don't want to publish it, like you don't have to publish a reader magnet if you don't want to. I know lots of people that do that. Okay. I got to the end of the comments there. I see it's going to be 11, 12. Yeah. So we're going to do another hour. And then when we come back, because it'll be 11:50, almost 12. We might do a shorter sprint after this one to get us close to the 1:00 hour, my time, 1:00. That's Central Time. Because at 1:00 is when the episode for Dale L. Roberts on our podcast releases as a premiere. And he says he's going to try and be there in the chat. So if you have any questions about self-publishing, here's someone who has spent over a decade, 11 years, working in self-publishing and making contacts with people to get in there and learn the business and how it works. So the business is self-publishing. And so, yeah, lots of great information. So I'm going to be there for the premiere, and then the next sprint will be just slightly longer because the interview was an hour and like 4 minutes long, plus a minute for premiere time countdown time. So, oh shoot, it jumped on me. I think it was here. I go to let the dog out back and come back in to find that you're still talking. LOL, good timing. Yeah, we're about to go on the next sprint. So I don't know how long I've been talking for. Sometimes I go too long. Dale is amazing. Yeah. So, and you get to hear a little bit about what he's going to be writing next. Like I thought I knew what he was writing next because he's moving into fiction, right? So he's leaving the nonfiction career behind and moving into fiction. I knew that he had been writing his, because he started in Kindle Vella a couple years ago, he writes sci-fi horror. So he was writing about aliens in an abandoned mall. And it's called Infestate. So I thought that's what he was going to be working on and trying to publish next year. And yes, he is doing that, but the entire series he's writing is not going to be sold. It's all going to be a reader magnet for what he's actually going to be writing for next year publication. And I was like, oh, I didn't know. I was curious about what he's going to be doing because I thought that's what he was doing, but he's doing more than that. So it's just interesting, seeing how he's evolving as a writer and what he's doing next. But of course, he also drops that's toward the end of the interview that we talk about what he's doing next with his after his Kickstarter. Because he does have a Kickstarter is kicking off here soon. So, all right, let's go ahead and get to the next sprint. 1 hour on the clock. If anyone has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, I'll see you on the other side in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. Hey, that is time. How did you do? I did go get another cup of coffee and something to eat, and then I started brainstorming the last scene of the short story. I did have an outline, but with the things that kind of changed here and there throughout the story as it went, because this is why I don't typically outline, because I change things. the entire, not all of what I've written in my notes for the resolution was going to be what was needed anymore. So I brainstormed a little bit of that and then started writing the final scene. I have not finished it, but I'm about halfway through. And if I added my brainstorming and my drafting, it's 1539 is what I wrote. So, alrighty. Oh, that was weird. Let's see how you guys did. I left off here talking about Dale's amazing because in about 1 hour, so not on this next hour, but the hour after, so about an hour and 9 minutes, we are going to have the podcast episode release, a premiere with Dale L. Roberts for the podcast, and he plans to be there. He sent me a text saying that he set his alarm, so he should be there for that. And so this next sprint will probably not be an hour long, just a little bit shorter, so that we can start the next sprint on the hour for the next hour. And that way I can be over there in the premiere the whole time. And it's roughly 1 hour and 5 minutes long with the countdown timer at the beginning of the premiere. So the next sprint after that will be slightly longer. So next sprint, slightly shorter. The one after, slightly longer. We'll make up for the time there. So we'll get 2 hours. It's just going to be split differently altogether. So, and Dale is amazing. Can't wait to hear more about it. Mom Meg says to JL, I'm with Jocelyn. Looking forward to reading it. And Penumbra, Jocelyn, got distracted by my foster puppy, but thank you. If you read it, would love to hear your thoughts. And then Dish Lake back, had to take care of some things, get coffee, and I did a little listening to a story. Oh, what story did you listen to? Ready to rock and roll. Are you going to go back to writing your short story? I'm excited to finish off this short story. I'm like so close to the end. Let's see. Yeah, I got about a page, almost 2 pages, I think, left to write. So I think I should finish it on this next sprint. Then I need to do some admin stuff. And probably just in time for us to go into the second sprint from now, and that'll be Dale's live stream or premiere. Hey, Adeshla, I just finished reading your book yesterday. Sent an email. So glad you got me into the fantasy genre. Nice. I love to hear that. Hey, JL. Thanks so much for reading it. I actually read through most, if not all, of your comments. Super duper helpful. And read fantasy genres. That's super awesome. Yeah, I love fantasy. It's my favorite genre. I'm glad the feedback was helpful. Yep. Side note, I'm still catching up on emails, but I don't see a new one from you. Maybe it got lost in the interwebs? Huh. I'm sure you probably checked your spam. Yeah. That said, SD, I've got clarification on my grant writing training this weekend, and then I'll be busy Sunday. Rita's armchair chat. Woo! Awesome. But I'm still open on all the other days and weekends. Yeah, I need to email you. I've mentioned it to Gwenna. I've mentioned it to Jody that I'm looking at November for a recording date because I'm still not over my burnout. I thought I was. I thought by avoiding admin last month and just doing nothing but writing that I should come back fresh this month out of burnout and be able to get to all the things I need to do. And I'm still struggling. So I was like, I don't want to put any more pressure on myself. And since the episode's not coming out until December 15th, I think that we can record the episode in November. I mean, heck, if we need to, we can do it at the beginning of December. So yeah, because I can get it, I just need like a day to edit it. And I won't be editing our episode as much because, we're just discussing the book. But I am excited. And I put it out there in the episode that's coming out today that our next episode is December 15th, reading The Art of War for Writers by James Scott Bell. So I'm definitely looking forward to it. That's strange, but with technology, anything is possible. I will try to send the document over again. Yeah, it happens. Back, says Jody. PT kicked my hiney. Oh, I'm so sorry. But, I mean, you're back. You're whole. You get to concentrate on what you want to do now. Hopefully. Document received, JL. I tried leaving a comment. Please let me know if it shows up or not. Kat says, I got distracted by my family coming back home. LOL. It's all right. I think, didn't you mention you were having a lot of people coming over? So I was listening to Dungeon Crawler Carl. I'm almost done with the book. There was someone else was just talking about how they were listening to it and they liked it. I don't remember who it was now. It's the 7th in the series. It's so rare for me to find a series that I follow for such a long time. Yeah, I mean, there aren't a really lot of long series in the romantasy genre, at least none that I've come across. I mean, I like Carissa Broadbent. I mean, I love her books. And the one with Serpent Wings and Night, I can't remember the rest of the words, but there's articles and prepositions in there. That was a duology. So it was that book. And then this next book made that a duology, but it's part of a series where there's 2 more books after that and 2 more books after that are all in the series, but they're all duologies. So they follow different couples for each set of 2. So that's what I'm finding happens most of the time. So it's going to be interesting, I think. I think it might be hard to write a long fantasy series with romantasy because you do have the romantic couple. And the ones that I find that have a romantic couple in it that have gone for several books, the romantic couple doesn't end up together every time. So like one of the first ones, I'm thinking Black Sails or something. Trying to remember. I haven't even read the end of the series yet because I was having too much whiplash between who the main character, the female protagonist, who she was going to be with. But I love the writing. It was beautiful writing. Black Sails. What's the rest of the title of the series? Black Sails, Pirate, Romantasy. I can't remember. And the name is like, there it is, Under Black Skies. Under Black Sky. Claire Sager, that's her. Beneath Black Sails is the name of the series. And there's 4 books. I think I've only read up through book 3. Maybe book 4 is not out yet. No, is it out? But yeah, so the first book, it's the female protagonist and the male protagonist. Great couple, love their romance. They get together, and then the next book, she's like kidnapped and sold or whatever. And so then it's another person that he can't leave to go after her because he just found out he's the king of this kingdom or whatever. He can't leave. So someone else goes after her, which was a childhood crush she had. And they end up having a romance, but she tries to deny it until getting back. And then her original romance has moved on from her because he thought she was dead at this point because it's like a long time later. And so then she goes back to her childhood crush. And then she goes back to the original romance in the 3rd book. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it's like back forth. So I guess it's like the only way if you're having like a long series in romantasy is like there's different, it's very real life, right? Because we don't always tend to stay with the person that might be right for us to start with, right? We might go on and date other people and then come back and date someone that we've dated from our past again. That's kind of like real life, but it was very hard for me to keep up with it. Like, who am I supposed to like here? Who am I supposed to root for? Because I liked both males were very different, but they were both good for her. So I liked both of them. And so yeah, I did. It was like I didn't know who, and I was like, okay, the author's going to end up choosing, and I'm going to hate it because it's not both of them. I was like, just have both of them. End it that way. They're both that she gets both of them. I'd be happy with that point. That point. But I don't think it's going to end that way. Not the way it's going. It's not going to be both of them. So yeah. Whenever works for me. I'll give it time to read the book again. It'll give me time to read the book again. Right. Yeah. Because I've read half the book, but I don't remember what I read now. So I thought I'm not continuing and, because it's going to be a minute, especially with going through burnout and everything. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to wait. I'll start again. And I thought November would be good. I'll be gone the first week in November because I have a conference, but then I can come back fresh from the conference, ready to hopefully be fresh. So ready to do it. I'll follow up with you in about the other project. I figured I'd give you a moment since you were still recouping from your cold. And I know how the pressing weight of emails can be for you. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. But I'm glad that you're checking emails because I need to send you an email. I've got you on the schedule for us to do an author interview for the podcast. And I have you listed as our first interview of the next season, which is January 15th is when that comes out. And right now is when we need to start setting up the interviews, because I'll be gone the second half of December, and I'll be gone until my first day back will be the day the podcast episode goes out. So we have to get that interview recorded at some point. And so, and I haven't reached out to you yet because I knew you said you were kind of behind and you hadn't answered my other email. So I thought, you know what? I don't want to be bombarding him. So I'll wait and just, but now that I know you're checking emails, I'll probably send you that email here. I don't know if it'll be today. I do have a couple of things I have to get done after I finish writing the story. So myself included, LOL. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry to bombard you. That was the other cat having so many people over it. Was it a different cat? Was there another cat? There was another cat. That's right. Yeah. Sorry. Well, it seemed like you both had a bunch of people coming over then. Yeah, because the other cat was here in the beginning. Just hadn't seen her again. I can't find it. I don't know why I'm trying looking. I always lose it. A duology series. Cool. What's the author's name again? Oh, Carissa Broadbent. The one book got real popular. And she was an indie author, and she got picked up by a trad publishing house. And I had actually just bought the paperback of that book and the paperback of her other series, which is the Daughter of No Worlds series, which was also really, really good. I guess not quite as good as the other one, because the other one blew up in popularity. And I think it was 3 or 4 months after I had bought the paperbacks, that's when she blew up in popularity. And by the end of the year, you can no longer get the paperbacks because the trad house was going to be redoing them. They actually kept the same covers. They messed with the saturation. I think they made the colors more saturated. Now it's out because that was last year when they came out. And so the rest of it's being trad published. But I love her writing. If you're someone who if you like the romantasy genre, but the fantasy part really draws you, you like the romance, but you really want that fantasy story too, that's Carissa Broadbent. And that's what I try to go for and write when I'm writing my novels and stuff, is that I love the fantasy. That was my first love, is writing fantasy. But I also like the romance, but my fantasy is just as important. The fantasy story is just as important. So, and I would say that first book, the Serpent Wings Night book, there's actually very little romance in it. It's not until you get near the end that really stuff starts picking up. There's a little bit here and there, but not at all of what you think about romance. It's mostly the fantasy story. But I wouldn't go look up anything. If you think you might read it, don't go look up anything on it because people will spoil it. It has one of the best twist endings I've read in a romantasy book. So, and I think that's why it went over big. So, Adeshe, so far I don't see anything. Will you check again? Whatever works. Oh yeah, I did understand what you meant. Oh, did you see second time trying to leave a comment? Yes. Thanks, Esty. Okay, awesome. Just to be clear, JL, this is just a copy of it. I don't want my fat fingers or comments throwing any errors into your stuff, LOL. A great twist ending, huh? I will have to read it then. Yeah. Yeah. It's one of those things I just had to tell my husband's not really a reader. And if he was to read, he prefers horror, but he doesn't read. So it's just not something he likes to do. But that story is I had to, it's you will not believe. It really threw me for a loop. I was not expecting it whatsoever. Do y'all like natural disaster thrillers like Super Volcano and Dante's Peak? I've never read any of them. I'm sorry, Kat. I don't like natural disaster thrillers, but there might be people here who do. It's rare for me to get a good twist ending that actually surprises me too, because I'm very good at picking up little clues here and there. Yeah, I did not pick up any clues on that one at all. I did pick up, there's another twist that gets revealed more in the second book that I picked up on in the first book. So when it happened in the second book, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I kind of knew that. But that twist actually had nothing on the actual twist ending of the first book. and technically, with the way it ended, the book could not be classified as a romantasy, but it is, the duology is a romantasy. So they do get their happily ever after. But it's just, And I kept thinking, I was like, how are they going to get this happily ever after? How is this going to happen? I don't understand. Because she enters a competition. Now, this is it's an epic fantasy world, and there are lots of different magical creatures in the world, but in this specific area, and she's written books and other, like, she's written like short books and short stories in other parts of the world. So you see other like fae and things like that. But in this particular story, in this section, it is a kingdom or several kingdoms of vampires. There's 3 different types of vampires, and they're each created differently by their goddess. And so they each have like their own thing that works for them. And it's, so you don't want to think of it like how you think of most vampires. They don't all have the same, the same things as like the vampires that we think of, but they're definitely vampires. They drink blood. Humans are their food source and whatnot. And she happens to be like the adopted princess of the king of all the vampires. There's 3 different houses of vampires, and he's the king of all 3. He's the king of all 3 because he went through this trial that he won. And if you win, and I think it only happens like every 100 years or something like that. And if you win, you get 1 wish by the goddess. Like, she actually comes and she will come to you and you get 1 wish from her. And he wished to be the king of all the vampires. So he got that position. Now she, the main protagonist at this point, we are starting with her getting ready to enter this competition herself. And it's really weird because she's human and everybody who's entering are from the different houses of vampires. And the way the competition works, there's only 1 person who can win. Everybody else is dead. Yep. Everyone else is dead. So, and the very first night of the competition, it's an all out war where you can kill as much as you want the first night. And then after that, then it's like the competition is set up where you can't just like kill each other except for during the competition itself. And then there's actually one part of the competition where you have to work with other people in order to survive. So people are making factions knowing they're going to end up killing each other later. And it's kind of, it's a fantasy for sure. I love it. So you're like, how is there going to be a romance in this? Because anybody and everybody she's around, if she wins, everybody's dead. And if she doesn't win, then she's dead. So how does this work? So it was really good. I loved how it worked out. But anyways, I can go on. I really love the book. And Chris's writing is really, really good. You could tell that her series, Daughter of No Worlds, came before that series because she really, her writing style definitely got better. Way better. I mean, from the very beginning, he was better writing than me. So, but just from a critical standpoint, because I used to, have to give grades to writing when I used to teach. I could see how she was leveling up, and she already started at a good place, but she just kept leveling up, and so the writing is superb in that book. So yeah, I've been wanting to read those. Cat, smiley face. Someone ruined the Book of Eli for me. Oh, I think someone ruined it for me too, but I don't remember it. So, but I remember reading it. Oh man, the Book of Eli. Sorry, I got ruined for you. That's the only thing about me is like someone can ruin something for me and then I forget because my memory is so terrible. And usually if someone has said it and then I get to that point and then as it's happening, like, oh yeah, that's right. Someone did tell me about this, but I didn't remember it until that point. So I'm usually okay in most cases. Yeah, but thanks. You understand how awesome that twist is. Like I'm good at guessing things. I'm not surprised. Heck, I'd watch clips of movies and not be bothered. But that one, that truly was a spoiler with Eli, the Book of Eli. Factions, the book I was just reading finished what was called Faction Wars. We've been building up to it slowly for books. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Yeah. I love the book. I said I got the paperback of it. I rarely buy paperbacks. The only thing I tend to buy in paperbacks, like hard or just physical format, are nonfiction books. So like I have The Art of War for Writers by James Scott Bell. That's a paperback. I have that in physical format. But my fiction, most of my fiction is in ebook. I was going there for a while where I was buying like 1 book a month from an author tuber. And I was trying to get into reading that. And I was part of the author tuber book club, whatever that was, the booktuber, whatever it was called. Nope, it's not booktuber. It was, I don't remember. It was Adrian. It's on Adrian's channel, Books by Adrian. And so that really got me into seeing all these different books by the author tubers. And so I try to buy 1 book every month to support everyone. But I'm not doing that now. I think because I'm just not, I don't know. It's been a busy year. So I was doing it last year. I had been doing it since 2022, but this year's been busy. I bought books. Let's see. If you guys didn't know, one of my co-hosts for the podcast, Jam Chelly, his second book in his series is out on pre-order. His first book is on sale for 99 cents. So that is talked about in the, I forgot to put Jam's book in the show notes. I need to go do that. I need to grab his book links and put them into the description box and show notes for people if they want to order his books. So I just got all of those, and I won his book somehow I won one of his books in something, the first one. But anyways, he writes about vampires too, but it's urban, more urban fantasy, and not really romance in it. He says the second book has a little bit of romance, but it's like way B plot. But he writes from the viewpoint of a female vampire, which he said is very different for the urban fantasy genre. It's usually males who are the vampires or something. He explained it once to me. But yeah, Adeshale, just message you in Discord. Okay, let's go ahead and get the next one set up. We're going to do a half hour. That'll take us to 41, maybe 35 minutes. Yeah. That'll take us like to 46. 46 to, so that gives about 14 minutes to get set up for the live stream or the premiere. I need to grab that link. I need to grab JM's links and put into the show notes. I got all of Dale's links in there and his Kickstarter link, but I forgot JM's. And then, yeah, I'll see you guys on the other side. I'm going to put the link for the podcast here in just a moment into the description or into the chat. So in case anyone wants to go to that as well. And anybody who wants to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, I'll see you guys on the other side of 35 minutes, and good luck. And that's time on that sprint. How did you do? I finished the short story. It was another 1,070 words to finish it up. And then there was like 6 minutes left, and I couldn't figure out what I could do for 6 minutes. So I just kind of sat here and watched the screen, waiting for the time to count. I have time anxiety, so I'm like, okay, I could start something, but I'd be like, okay, 5 minutes left, 4 minutes left, 3 minutes left, 2 minutes left. I knew that was going to happen, so I just sat here and watched the screen. Oh, Lord. Yay me. All right, let's see how you guys did. Left off with Kat telling Adeshley and message you in Discord. And then I did drop the link for the podcast episode, which is starting in 12 minutes. And so looking forward to this one. It's the last one of the regular season. We'll have one off-season episode. That's going to be December 15th with us talking about The Art of War for Writers by James Scott Bell. And currently, if we can get all of us to line up with our schedules, that will be, of course, myself, Adeshley, Jody, and Gwenna. But I don't know if we'll all be able to find a date that works. So I'm going to try to at least get 2 of the 3 if I can't get all 3 of them. They all 3 want to do it. I'm hoping that we can all make it. But we'll see how everyone's schedule aligns up. Hope the short story series writing goes well. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. Like, that's all I want to work on right now. I don't want to do anything else. But like, as much as I want to like go ahead and start brainstorming the next one, because I just finished number 4 out of 8. I want to start brainstorming the next one. I'm like, no, you've got some admin stuff you have to do. And then I have a short story I need to finish revising because I've written it, but it was a while ago for an anthology that I'm submitting it to by the end of this month. So I need to get that done. Yeah, it's going well though. It's just the only thing I want to work on right now. To JL from Joanne, congrats on sending your book to an editor, and you've got this for the book cover. Mark came in, said joining in. Hello and welcome, Mark. So that was a bit of a shorter one. We're doing 1 hour long sprints, except the next one, it will start off as an hour. But because I do have this podcast episode that's premiering with the author who's going to be in the chat, that's Dale L. Roberts. And I always like to be there for the premieres anyways, regardless if anyone is there or not, because sometimes it's just myself and like Jocelyn's like almost always there. And other people show up here and there. But I'll be there for that. But the episode is just over an hour long. It's like an hour and 5 minutes. So I will start the next sprint. It will be an hour-long sprint when it starts, but I will be adding on time so that we can cover the full premiere. And then I'll be back and catch up with everyone. Are you working on anything? I guess I should ask. And JL says, thank you, Joanne. I appreciate your encouragement. Paula, hello. Hi, Shannon. Chat. Just popping up to book the like, but I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Hello, family and books from JL. Hopping off to have lunch, says JL. Thanks for hosting. Have a great day. I hope everyone has a great day. Yes. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today, JL. It was nice to catch up with you. Take care, says Adeshley. Adeshley, did you get the file? Oh, I was trying to dictate, and the website definitely picked up your voice. So did it write it right? We actually talk about dictation for a minute in the episode, right? And Dale was asking me if I do like the whole punctuation and next line and stuff. And I had to tell him I can't say next line because of my tone deafness. However it is, I pronounce it, and however it is that it picks it up, instead of doing the next line where it starts a new paragraph, it puts in the dictation, you're lying. So I'll say next line, I'll say you're lying. And I'm like, ugh. So I don't say next line anymore, but and there's some other things it doesn't get. Like I think I've mentioned it, the word, the preposition in, I-N, and A-N-D. I guess I don't say those very clearly. And it often will give me the wrong one. And I'm like, if you can hear, and I'm, and from my in from my and, can't you just get it right the first time? I thought, well, maybe I should just start talking that way. Like, instead of saying blah, 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 and blah, 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 I say blah, 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 in, blah, 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 and then I'll get an and instead of an in, because it often flips it. So, bye, C. 50 words in. Nice. Got some words. I think I did it. You did it. Yay. And I got it, Kat. So when you say you did it, is that the dictation? Like you got it? Yeah. And all hearts. Yes. Awesome sauce. Where am I at? Okay, here I am. Kat, I'm making you a moderator. All it means is you can, like, drop links. Before you could drop links, but no one would see it. Now you can drop links and people can see it. So if you ever want to support anybody or you've got something coming up, feel free to tell us about it and give us any links that you might have. Shannon, I usually say new line instead of next line. Yeah, and I use speechtexter.com where I can make my own commands. I think I've tried new line and it didn't work either. So that doesn't work for me. An exclamation mark doesn't work for me. Not that I use a whole lot of exclamation marks when I'm writing fiction, but so there's quite a few things I end up. Yeah, it says next line in speechtexter.com. But you can change it. But yeah, I've tried a couple different ones, and I just sit there with my finger over the enter button, and I just hit enter. So yes, I'm fairly certain it picked up exactly what you were saying. Ooh, that's kind of interesting, especially considering, okay, one, partially tone deaf, so I don't enunciate everything clearly. And then two, my nose is all stuffed up. So I know that things, at least for in my head, it sounds very nasally. I don't know how you say that word. It sounds so much different in my head right now because my nose is all stuffed up. And I feel like I barely can hear my own words, let alone have a stuffed up head. And I can't even, it sounds like it's all underwater. So I don't even know if I'm saying things right most of the time. So I think so sweet. Yeah, no, I appreciate, because it's hard for us to be a cheerleader for ourselves. So I think it's great if we can come in here and be cheerleader for other people. If you're great at cheerleading yourself, go for it. No qualms, people cheerleading for themselves as well. It is something that's often hard for us to do for ourselves. So I figure, well, let's uplift the community. We'll cheerlead everybody. So now I didn't know what was going on because I was listening to my music from my phone with my headphones on, but my PC speakers were on. So suddenly words started showing up on the screen. And if they were right, you could just keep on listening to your music and then read what I'm saying. That's funny. Yeah. Well, we've got about 6 minutes before this premiere. I think I'm going to go ahead and get the next one started because I hear my husband home and he's coughing. So I'm wondering if he's got my sickness. Hello. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to put this, I don't have any timers that are longer than an hour. So it's going to start off with the hour and then I will back it up a bit. Probably sometime throughout the premiere, I'll come over and back it up so I can make sure that we make it through the premiere and then come back and we'll catch up with everyone. So I'm assuming it's probably going to go about an hour and 15 minutes. That's what I'm going to say. Yeah, about an hour and 15 minutes altogether for this next sprint. If anyone has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, I'll catch you on the other side of an hour, or I'll catch you over in the premiere if you're able to make it over there. All right. Good luck, everyone. All right, that is time. How did you do? I did the premiere with Dale's video. That was really good. Um, I could tell that I was getting tired as I was getting to the end of that editing because I edited it yesterday. It was first day out of bed for me. And I had like a blank spot in there where the video cut out for a second. Like, oh, geez. And then I left in me like messing up on something, which I try to take those out if it's easy to take out. And that one would have been easy to take out. But I was like, okay, whatever. It got out there. It's there. It wouldn't have taken off much of the time. So, but now I was like sitting here, had like a little less than 5 minutes before the end of the timer coming back from the premiere. And I was like, okay, what am I gonna do? I'm like, okay, I gotta do this, I gotta do this, I gotta do this, I gotta do this, and I gotta do this. Which one am I gonna do? What about I just brainstorm my next short story? Like, that's not any of the admin stuff you need to do. I'm like, I don't really feel like doing any admin stuff. Oh my gosh, it's so terrible. I can't like make myself do what I need to do. It's like I'm struggling with it, struggling hard. And I know there's things I need to do. But anyways, where do we leave off? We left off with oh, we were talking about when we came from the last sprint. Adeshle was listening to music on his headphones. He had the speech to text on his computer, and it started picking up words. And he was reading the words. It was me talking, coming back from the sprint, and he realized that he said so. Suddenly, words started showing up on the screen, and I was like, "Well, you could just keep listening to your music and then just read the words I'm speaking." So, um, oh, and then Morgan came in. Hello, which Morgan was over in the sprint, in the premiere with Dale, which was awesome. It was so great to see you there. And I knew I was going to switch it out. So I'm getting used to the schedule now that Morgan is sprinting on Monday nights. I think I've shown up late the last 2 Mondays because it wasn't like in my mind that it was a schedule. But she is sprinting tonight. So I dropped the link. I replaced the one that was the premiere link for Dale's podcast episode with her sprint link. It's for a few hours, like 5 hours from now. So got a little bit of time. But if anyone's looking to do any nighttime sprinting, whether reading, writing, or whatever it is that you're doing, she will be sprinting tonight. Desha said, BRB, going to restart my computer. My mouse is lagging. It has been all day. Oh, yeah. I had like a day a couple weeks ago where at first my mouse was it was not catching up with it. I guess it was kind of lagging. And then my keyboard stopped working. So I had to unplug everything and just like shake stuff, thinking hopefully this would help it. And it helped because it started working and I haven't had any issues since. But I'm waiting. It's like waiting for the other shoe to drop for it to stop working. So, hi, Morgan from Adeshle. Hi, Adeshle from Morgan. Chantel stopped by. Hello. Poppy in to hug the likey and to say hello. I appreciate that. Thank you. Adega, yeah, how's it going? I saw you dropped another video. I think it was yesterday. I feel like it was yesterday. You dropped your video. I get so many notifications. I didn't even know I had this notification. Hello, there's a notification there. 20 hours ago. So that was yesterday. Yeah, I thought I saw it yesterday. So, new video from Adega. If you want to go check out his channel, there's a link for Morgan Sprints tonight. Double feedback. Or is it just me? So someone will have to let me know because I'm not hearing anything else. But that I don't have any volume on for my own, for me. Maybe my phone is too close. I have it kind of further away than I normally do, but it's at a different location. There, I put it back in the same location. Maybe that might help it. Yeah, no problem. I had it pulled up since before my sprint start because I was like, I'm not going to be late for this one. I probably will be late because it starts at 7:30. No, I'll probably be here. Oh gosh. As long as I'm not like back in bed being sick some more. But no, I shouldn't be late. This time I shouldn't be late. I've been late the last 2 weeks because I forgot because it's hard like to remember for me. And then you're getting into a routine of it. So now it's starting to like settle in like, yes, this is a routine. sorry, like DL changed up her sprinting schedule to she was going Tuesday nights, and I'm just getting used to it. And then this Tuesday might be her last one for a while. I'm like, oh no, now I might be late again because it's gonna change because she's moving. She can't help that she's moving. So gotta wait for internet and all that stuff to be put up in her new place where she's going. Oh gosh, hold on a second, I gotta cough some more. Okay, I did the mute that time. I don't hear any feedback. Okay. Well, I'm thinking I'm telling myself one more sprint. That's what I'm saying. Because if I do one more sprint, I'll allow myself to do some more writing. It's mostly just going to be brainstorming for the next short story in this series. And then once the stream ends, then I have to double down and get this admin stuff done. I really don't want to do it. I just want to be done. Like no, admin doesn't exist anymore. Signed up to be a co-host for the relay. Woo! Awesome. I don't know if I'll be a host, but I'll love to have you if you want to be one of my co-hosts if it aligns. I think I only have like two sprints I can't do, but then I don't know if I'm going to be a host. I might be a co-host for someone else instead. So hopefully they get enough people to sign up to be hosts this time because they didn't have enough hosts last time. It was the first time that they've never had enough hosts. It was last time. I don't think that made any sense what I just said. Last time was the first time they did not have enough hosts sign up. So usually they have more than enough people sign up, and then they do the random wheel of doom or picker wheel of doom or whatever, something like that of doom, right? So it's just a random drawing. So I may not even be a host if they get enough people to sign up. Yes, please do. I'd love to. Yeah, I'd love to have you too. Definitely was my issue. I think I had a duplicate tab on and that was delaying just slightly. So it made an echo out like sound. That's okay. You're getting double Shanon today. You're going to definitely hear it and see it on your screen in your speech to text program. Is it? Yeah, it is for the Storytellers Hearth Relay. They just opened up the signups. I think you've been a host before, if I remember right, Morgan. I think what their rules are is if you've been a host at least 3 times, you don't have to do the application to apply. You just go onto the spreadsheet and just put your availability. Hold on, I put the link earlier in the chat for their video that came out yesterday. Where did I put it? I'm trying to find it on YouTube. I guess probably was pretty early in the chat. Okay, found it. So if you haven't been a host at least 3 times, then you got to fill out the application. And then, sorry, I went to the video because even though I found it in the chat, it cut off the link. So I have to go grab the link again from the actual video. What I was saying was that they also have the co-host availability sheet, and that's just you putting your name on there, what your co-host availability is for anyone who wants to co-host. I did the hosting and the co-hosting one. Yeah, I've been a host. The only time I wasn't was the one in June this year. Was it June? I thought it was March. But I think you're right. I think it was June. I think I have March in my head because I think next year they're going to do it in March and October. So they're only going to do 2, March and October. I think that's what it was. Yeah. I think you're right. It was June because we were talking about how they didn't have enough hosts. I was talking to Samantha about this, and they didn't have enough hosts sign up. And we were also losing people to present at the AuthorTube writing conference. We usually have leftover people who have signed up to speak at the conference, and we can't take everyone because we only have so many spots, and we have people left over. And inevitably, there's like people who drop out, and then we fill in the spots with the people who are left over. Not last year, not this year, nobody dropped out. And it was like, wow. And not a single thing changed. But then this year we had so many people dropped out that we went through all of our wait lists and still came up short. And I was like, what is going on with June? And so Samantha and I were talking about that. And, I kind of said, do you think it's possible that people are going places now, now that people are, we're few years past lockdown, people are getting out, they're going places during the summer. And Samantha says she had just been thinking about that too. And so I had already been thinking if we, our next Author Tube Writing Conference, we shouldn't do it in June because I don't think it's a good month anymore. And she was saying how it was not a good month to do it. So you're right. It was June is when it happened. I thought it was March for some reason, but I think next year it's March and October. And they're just going to do it twice a year now instead of once a quarter. So, and that's the link to the video. You don't have to watch the whole video. The links for everything for the application is in the description box, and the co-hosts and hosting availability sheets are there that you can fill out too. And just stopped in and swish the thumb button, battling a migraine. Oh, I'm so sorry, Angela. I hope that you feel better soon. Hugs and happy writing. Thank you. Not sure how many times, but I think more than 3. I was going to say, I think you've done it more than 3. That would be my initial gut reaction. Lagging in my work today, so I think I'll do some HB90 boot camp work for a few minutes to reset and then get back to it. Sounds like a good plan. I'm lagging in trying to do author admin stuff, and I have stuff to do. I started the video that's due to later press for the completion of the contract with them for being a sponsor for the Author Tube Writing Conference. I started the video. I ran into a couple of snags, and I was going to try and research it and see if I could figure it out on my own. And then if not, then email them. But that's going to take some dedicated time. I have a couple things I need to finish up, like final emails I want to send out to my Fated Adventure participants because they got their last packet in the mail earlier this month. And then I want to put together like a feedback form and send that out. I need to go ahead and get my Fated Adventures set up for consumption, and I am rebranding it to Romantasy Adventures, so it's more in line with my branding, and it's very clear that all the stories would be romantasy. It's not just fantasy, but fantasy is a big part of it. So there's that. I won some book marketing like 3 months ago, and I filled out the initial form, and I don't even know if it's any good. I need to look it up, see if it's any good. And if it's good, then use it before I lose it, because I always wanted to try out this book company. It's with Crave Books. There's just so much I need to do and I think maybe I'm just overwhelmed by all the stuff I need to do. I need to go through my Kickstarter book. I don't need to. I want to go through my Kickstarter book one more time to get it ready for publication. I don't need to do that though. I feel like I need to because it's going on retailer platforms, but I'm like, but it was good enough to go on my Kickstarter. Why don't I think it's good enough? It's not. And I'm like, well, Shannon, it's not that you don't think it's good enough, but you get one more time to go through and edit it again before it goes out to everybody. So it's like, I'm like battling myself. And I'm like, I don't really want to read it again. And it's 193,000 words. It's going to take a lot of time. I'd rather be doing other things, but there's a part of me that feels like I should be doing that. I need to start putting together the sign up form for my ARC team, because that will go out to my newsletter list on the 4th of October. So I've got like 2 weeks. I got to get that put together for my ARC team and start setting up my street team as well. That's a separate one, and that's not open to everybody. It's only open to a select few of those who want to join. So that's a totally different thing I have to do. And then plus just setting that up, because I set up as like a competition. It's 4 weeks of them, meeting like weekly goals. And then there's like scavenger hunts and stuff like that they can do. And all of it's in support of getting the book awareness out there. And then they get prizes for those who get, and it's random drawing every week based off of points and stuff. So it was lots of fun the first time. So I'm looking forward to doing it again. I need to start setting that up because I want my book to publish at the end of January. Actually, I think I picked a date. So I need to get January. Did I pick a date? Probably the 26th. It's a Monday. I don't know if I want to do a Monday, but it's an even day. Tuesday is a better day to publish, but that's the 27th, which is an uneven day. And I like even numbers. I don't know. Maybe that's why I don't have the date in my mind, because I haven't figured out which one I'm going to do yet. So, but yeah, so it's going to go out at the end of January. So I need to get the book ready to go on the retailer platforms. I need to do that too. I need to start uploading it. I have started the process to upload it on Amazon, but haven't got much further because the only file I have right now for that book is my Kickstarter file. And my Kickstarter file has like all the images in it that are part of the Kickstarter book. Well, that's part of the Kickstarter book. The people who buy it on retailer platforms are not going to get that version. So they're not going to get all the images that are on the inside with it. That most of them were hired from designers and illustrators. Two of them actually were illustrators. And I think two of them were they were stock images created by designers on deposit photos, and I manipulated them to fit what I wanted. Like one's a pirate ship, and I replaced the pirate skull and bones on the flag with my pirate ship skull and bones, which is of a kraken, which a kraken technically wouldn't have a skull, but it does in my world. So yeah, so I have like so many things that I need to get done on my author side, and I think I feel overwhelmed for it, and I can't figure out what should I be doing. Yeah. Okay, let me go on. I hosted once in February of this year. Did we meet then? I feel like we would have met then, but I don't know. I didn't sign up for the AWC this year either. It was my year of rest. LOL. I will next year though. It's going to be a different month. We still haven't decided when it's going to be yet because I just couldn't do it. Every year in August, we get together as AWC team and we come up with like, when's the next AWC going to be, like the exact dates and stuff like that. And usually it's always the end of June, but it's not going to be June next year. But I was so burnt out, and I came back and I thought, okay, well, let's just rest a little bit. And then, so it was August, and then September and October, Devin decided to go dark. So we communicate, and she said, basically if I needed her for the meeting or whatever, she'd be there for it, but I don't want to interfere with her going dark. She's gone dark on the internet so that she can concentrate on her writing for 2 months for September and October. I still feel like I'm a little bit of a burnout. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to take this time right along with her. I'm not dark. I'm not like not on the internet, but I'm just going to take this time. And I think we'll come back in November and talk about it. So my thought process at the moment is November, but I don't know. With the Storyteller's Hearth being in October now, I don't want to interfere with their dates. And they'd mentioned September, which I thought that would be okay, except one of the bad things about having it in June every year is that was my anniversary month. And it was before the AuthorTube Writing Conference. So for the last 3 years, we've not really celebrated our anniversary. It's just been low key. So like if I move it to September, it's not much better because that's my husband's birthday month. And it's toward the end of the month. So if we have the AuthorTube Writing Conference beforehand, okay, but then I'll probably be in a burnout and I probably wouldn't get his presents or get things settled or figure things out for his birthday. And if we did it after, I couldn't do it the weekend of his birthday. If I did it after, we might be into October anyways. So I don't know. We'll see. My gut feeling right now is it's going to be November, and we're just going to do it for one day. We're going down to one, so that's going to save a lot of time for us. But we don't know what that's going to look like quite yet. We're going to have a meeting. We just haven't had that meeting yet. Yeah, I think you were one of the co-hosts for Storyteller. Yeah, I probably was. I try to co-host wherever and anywhere anyone wants me during the Storyteller's Hearth because I can write for a long, long time. I'm pretty. I get focused. I get hyper focused when I'm writing. So, yeah. I probably was in quite a few. Yeah, just one day. Yeah, it's the 3 days it's rough. There's just so much. And if every year was like last year where like nobody dropped out, nobody changed their links, nobody had any issues where they're like, hey, can I do a different time? Because that seems to happen every year. And like, something came up. What was it? Like one person had a death in the family. And so they asked if they could go the next day instead because of the funeral. And I was like, you know what? Take this time. You don't need to present at all. And they're like, no, I really want to. So we still gave them the room to present, but now we had to shuffle around the schedule. So things happen, right? And but last year it was just like was not hard at all. Like it was so easy last year. Actually, I think that example I just gave was last year. So that kind of threw that out the window. Things happened during the conference that kind of went wrong with the schedule. Although from the outside, never does it look like anything's ever out of place or amiss. But we try to make it as seamless as possible to make it an enjoyable experience for anyone who's attending the conference. But behind the scenes, I just got wore out. And I don't think what didn't help too this year was that the fact that I was coming off of having done a Kickstarter, right? My Kickstarter was finished. Excuse me. My Kickstarter was done by then. Like it had closed, but I was in fulfillment. And fulfillment is like the hardest part to me. It's the hardest part. I think it's not hard as in like it's not, it's mentally draining because you have a bunch of people who are needing things, right? They supported you. You have all these things you need to deliver. And if you do something that is, and like to use Dale's word, a bit ambitious, which I think most Kickstarters should be ambitious in some way, because it shouldn't be just about here's my ebook, paperback, and hardcover, choose one, right? It's a Kickstarter. People are coming to a Kickstarter because they want something that's unique for the Kickstarter. So it could be ambitious in that maybe you have a hardcover that it has the gold foil and the sprayed edges or something. So it's ambitious in certain ways. You have to get all of the fulfillment done. You have to meet everyone. See that? Oh gosh, it just hit me. I still have 2 more things I need to finish off my fulfillment for the Kickstarter for my top 2 tier people. I don't think they're like really like, hey, where is this? But it was due last month and I don't have it done yet. So there's something else I need to get done. Lord, I need to quit talking and just go do stuff. um, yeah, it's not gonna be hard, but it will take time. The 2 things I have left to do, one is a an annotated audio, um, chapter by chapter annotations by audio. So me basically saying like, here's my thoughts that went into this chapter, or this is where I got this inspiration, or that like whatever. For my first book, it was like an hour and a half long of audio, and I didn't worry about editing it. I just turned on the mic and talked about each chapter as I went through. It just will take time. And this book's a little bit longer. And then the second one was an annotated chapter by chapter book in ebook format. So that one is going to take a lot of time because I have to go through and read parts of the book again. You know what? I should combine that with reading parts of the book and deleting or whatever it is I want to do. I want to delete a lot of dialogue tags. That's really what's in my mind. So I want to delete dialogue tags in the Kickstarter book. Um, I think I can do better than what I did before. So I should just combine all of it and do it. Maybe that will be a next week thing. Let me do later press video this week. Yes, we got a plan. So I'm going to work on my brainstorming for my next short story idea. Okay, that's where we're going to start. One more sprint, everybody. 1 hour on the clock. If you have to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, I'll see you on the other side in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. And that is time on the last sprint. How did you do? I did a bunch of brainstorming. I don't quite have the full title for the next one. I'm doing fire next. And I know, so my titles for my short stories are set up where the first part is a nickname for the female protagonist, given by the male protagonist. And then the second part of the titles are include the element and something else that goes with it. So, like for instance, like the first one's called Wildfire and the Sun Prince. The second one is Starling and the Moonblade. Second one, or the third book is, and that's a book, but they're short stories. Shadow and the Air Trickster. The one I just finished today is Lotus and the Earth Sun. And then the one that I'm just brainstorming, I know it's going to be something and the Fire Scion. But I don't know what that something is yet. And that's because I kind of brainstorm ideas for the story. I think I have an idea. It's going to be a treasure hunt. It actually ties in beautifully with the lore in my world that's not really quite well known. In the current work in progress book that I'm writing for my series, which is roughly, I would say 1400 years after these short stories, you have the fire, like the king of the fire fae. He's called the Ember Lord or the Ashkar. So they call him the Ashkar. And he's got 17 daughters, yet many of the fire fae and sun fae can barely even have one child. And it's not explained yet in my book, but I am going to put it in there. Like when she starts getting, when my main character, which she's one of the 17 princesses, when she starts to get to know Zane a little bit more, it's going to be revealed that of her sisters, like all of them except for a couple of them, so it's like 15 of them, were born in the same month. And it was because the fire fae and the sun fae have had lower fertility rates. And her father, which is the overall person overall, the fire fae, was able to find this potion that increases fertility rates, but only for 30 days. So he slept with as many women as he could in 30 days, and then he got 12 daughters out of it. So she's one of the 12 daughters, and he really wins a son because in the fire fae, it's patriarchal because it falls under summer, which is two male gods, versus like winter, which is two female goddesses, and that's matriarchal. And then spring and fall are even, like there's one male god and one female goddess. So that's how that's set up. Anyway, so the fertility rates have been dropping for over 1,000 years. Nobody really knows why. I know why. They'll figure it out eventually, but not right now. Not any of the series I'm writing right now, but I know why their fertility rates. So this is, even though it's 1,400 years before my current series, fertility rates have already dropped off for the Sun Fae and the Fire Fae. So anyways, there is this idea, and this is what sets up for what happens in my book later. There's this idea that if you get a phoenix eggshell, it can be used in an alchemical process to create a potion that will increase fertility. But think about what a phoenix is. Phoenix is something that dies and it's reborn. There aren't really eggs, right? They're reborn back into a baby phoenix. So where do eggs happen? Well, there's a scarcity. So it's a treasure hunt for this one phoenix egg that's supposed to be in existence. And so that's what they're doing. So my two protagonists are, one has some underground connections and a map, and the other one is got his family's fortune and also a legacy to uphold because he's a scion. And scions, I wrote this down, hold on. A fire scion is a young noble-blooded warrior of a direct line, not yet in power, but trained, pressured, and expected to be the embodiment of a fire fae, ruthlessness, and pride. So that's what he is. And so it's like, oh, I love this. I love the idea for the fire, for the, it's like a treasure hunt, basically. But they're racing against each other. And there's actually a third faction that I've kind of built into my thought process, in which it's actually led by the Ember Lord. Or it's not led by him, but it's from him. It's an expedition set by him to find this phoenix egg. And in the end, of course, my two main people will find the egg, and they'll realize that in order to use the eggshell for the potion, they would have to kill the phoenix inside. And so they decide to hide it away. And for her specifically, she is widowed, and she lost her husband before they ever had children. And so even though she's going to fence the eggshell, that's her goal, is to fence it for the potion. She's hoping to get part of it as well, so that she could have a child, because she kind of missed out on that, being able to do that with her husband who died. So that's kind of like the background. I haven't quite figured out his background exactly, other than Fire Scion. But I loved all that. But now it's like developing their characters. I was developing her, and I haven't quite figured him out in order to come up with whatever it was I had started this conversation with. And I can't remember. I know I was trying to come up with a name, which I think I just did come up with a name for him, as Miron. In the Fire and Sun Fae culture, males usually have names that start with A, females have a name that start with B, and then it's flipped in the Winter Fae cultures. So, and Asmiron is a combination of Persian and Greek, and it means flame of sacrifice. So I really like it. That was the very last thing I did. So I was getting ready to write his character profile. So I've written kind of like my brainstorming. I kind of wrote her character profile, and I was getting ready to write his character profile. So to learn a little bit more about him. Anyways, that's where I left off for this. It's just a short story. But yeah, I really like how it's coming out. I'm excited about this one. Okay, so we left off talking about the Alpha 2 Writing Conference being just one day. So yeah, we're just going to go down one day. I kind of have a feeling like, okay, this is sustainable, this one day conference, because right now for 3 days, it's not sustainable for me. If I had people who could volunteer every year and they would be able to stay on board, it would be more sustainable, but it's not. So like last year I had lots of volunteers and everybody stayed on board, and we had nobody drop out of the conference and nobody had to change things, and it was so easy. And I was able to write all of June. And then this year, not only do we have a ton of changes, all the people who are volunteering for the things that I needed on my side, because we also have volunteers for Devin and Kaufman, all of my volunteers dropped out. So I had nobody helping me, and it was just way too much work for me. And I wrote nothing in June. So that's not sustainable. And I can't guarantee that we're going to have volunteers every year. So one day, much more sustainable for me. I'm also going to be a lot more strict. Like I was chasing around after people with tons of emails like, hello, the deadline for your links are this day. Like everybody knows what day the links are due because they signed the contract. When they sign the contract, they know when the links are due. They signed the contract in February or March, depending on when they accepted. And the conference wasn't until June. But 2 weeks out, I'm like reminding everybody, hey, you've got 2 weeks. 1 week out, then I remind 1 day before it's due, the day it's due, the day after it's due, 3 days after it was due. I was still emailing people just to get a response. But the 3 days after, then I was like, okay, this is it. You have been taken off the roster for the conference. And it's just so unprofessional that people don't respond. And there was 4 of them this year that did not respond at all until I sent that last email to say that they've been taken out of the conference. And 3 of them responded to me. All of them had excuses, like one was sick. And I was like, okay, but you knew like back in several months ago when this was due. But I didn't say that. I just didn't say anything. I didn't respond. At that point, I was done because I'd already sent lots of emails. And I'm like, I'm not doing that again. They're going to see the contract, and I'm going to put into the contract that reminders will be sent out 2 weeks ahead of time. But when links are due, if they're not turned on, then they are automatically removed and they will not receive a notice of it because, for me in my mind, and my because is that I'm not going to run around and chase after people to turn their links in. So yeah, so I'm going to be a lot more strict on, but very clear what the guidelines are, but strict on, like, I'm not going to keep chasing after people and be like, hello, you got your links? Do you have your links? Because that was very, very stressful on top of everything else I was doing. So wants to write faster. I watched a video of a person writing live and I was like, you make good sentences from the start. No pausing, no thoughts of what to say next. Wow. I mean, maybe. I think there could be a lot of factors in there. Like maybe they've been writing for years. Like this has been like their job for years. And I think that if you're doing this lots and lots over and over and over again, you can start making those good sentences, right? But I don't know who it was. You don't have to tell me. You don't have to say, but like who says that like they didn't have it already written and they were just reading what they wrote? the magic of TV. I don't know. I'm not trying to say that to make anything negative about anybody else, but to be like, put a little bit of a pause on you feeling down about it. I think that's what I'm trying to do. Like, you don't know what that situation is entirely. So I always think of all kinds of different, and then there's just some people that, yeah, they make great sentences straight off. So I always think Laura Nettles, like I absolutely love her writing style, and she will come up with some really great turns of phrases really quickly. And it's just amazing to me. Like, I will never be able to do that. I might come close to making something that sounds somewhat good, like what she has, after I've really thought about it for a while and really dug in there and spent time on it. Otherwise, it doesn't just come to me. And then I get to a point where I'm like, I'm just going to say what I'm going to say and let's move on to the next sentence. I mean, it's nice to write and craft those like really beautiful sentences sometimes, but if it's not natural, then I don't know. That's what I tell myself. If it's not natural to my writing style, then why push it? Every now and then, though, I'll read something I've written. I'm like, did I write that? I can't believe I wrote that. I just came across a line in my first book of the series, and I was like, that was a really good line. I don't even remember coming up with that line. It's kind of bad when you can't remember your own writing when you came up with stuff. It used to be that I could recall almost all of my work and like where I was sitting, what I was doing when I was writing them. And now I don't. I can't recall that stuff anymore. Granted, they may already knew their characters well, what they want to say, etc. You never know what's working on someone's favor and vice versa. Yeah, this is all what I was saying. I should just shut up and just moved on to the next comment. But still, LOL. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Kat. Thanks for dropping it. I appreciate that. That's my first book in the series. You've got a good point. Yes. Katie Cross. Yes. She's been writing for a really long time. She seems like good people. I like to do some of the things she's done for her YouTube page, though she doesn't update it much. She's actually stopped by here in the chat a couple times, and I've seen her in a couple other sprints too. But she's been writing for many years. So I would definitely put yourself, in comparison to that, like how long she's been writing, how many books she has out. Like she spends a lot of time writing. I know that you're doing other things. You're not spending like 24/7 writing. Not that she's spending 24/7. I don't know that that's her job or what she's doing, but I know that she is a full-time writer, and she does churn out a lot of work. So I would definitely take that into account. So yeah, I like her writing though. I think I got to the end of the comments. I did. I got to the end. This means I have to stop writing and do author admin stuff. Yeah. Do you want to share her YouTube page? I don't know if it's been a minute since I've been to her YouTube page. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Katie Cross. Oh, I'm not even on my profile. Cooking with Katie Cross, though. That's not her. Here she is. Okay, she's got video. KatieCrossBooks.com. Yeah. 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 So what do you like about, would you say, you said, I like to do some of the things she's done for her YouTube page. So what is it about her YouTube page that you like? Yeah, I know that her YouTube page is set up for her readers. It's not, there are some things on here that's kind of more writer related. But a lot of the stuff she does is for her readers. Behind the scenes with an audiobook mentor, writing team interview. Oh, this is like 3 years ago. What's more recent? And then she's got some of her audiobooks on here. It looks like she has chapter by chapter, which is really cool. Beat me to it. Sorry, Ashley. Well, one, she seems friendly. Oh, yeah. I've heard her in a lot of interviews. She's been on a lot of podcasts. Not that I've listened to a lot this year, but she was on a lot like last year and the year before, because I don't know if she was one of the first, but she was one of the first that like people noticed, who was going in on all in with Shopify and setting up her store on Shopify. And many people wanted to, get into like how she was doing that and how she found the process and things like that. So when Shopify was really big for authors a couple of years ago, I think it was a little less than 2 years ago now, she was on a lot of podcasts talking about it. And, she has the backlist to fill a Shopify store and make the money and make it worth it, because it is a monthly fee you have to pay on Shopify. I don't think they have a free plan anymore. They have like a free plan where you get like a link to like a social media page that has like the cover of your book. But otherwise there's no free plan with them. I like the Coffee with Katie and the live writing stream. I guess she does have a live button here. I wonder if I'm on a different one from you than the one I put up there. Because her live streams here are all with her book, her audiobook. Podcasts, book club replays, playlists, author react, romantasy, Kickstarter video, live writing with Katie. Gotcha. Okay, I see it. That's it's funny because they were not showing up. They're not showing up on her live page, but she has them in a playlist, which meant they were probably on her live page at one point. She just doesn't have them on there anymore. They're just they're probably unlisted. So that's why you can see them in the live page. Yeah. Yeah, she always seems really, really nice when she stops in to do the writing sprints up there. Sorry, I went back to the homepage and that was her talking. But yeah, it looks like a lot of this stuff is like what she has up, not in her playlist, but what she has on her page is geared toward the reader, which I think is very important if you're wanting to find readers. So, ooh, even got an art video on here. Oh, that's so cool. I love watching artists do their artwork because I always learn like something new, especially with if it's done in a graphic design program. But, and the audiobook stuff too. Yeah, I have a lot of stuff that I have recorded myself for my audiobooks. I have a lot of audiobooks recorded. I just haven't done anything with them. And there's a part of me that's like, you know what, Shannon, if you like made it like your goal, like this would be a next year goal. Like every week you're going to get up one chapter. Then that means I would edit one audiobook chapter a week and get it up on my channel. Eventually I'd get the whole audiobook edited because I have like 2.5 books done. Is that right? I think, yeah, it's 3.5 books done. I have 3.5 books done. I kept forgetting one book because I finished all Soul of a Rose. So I finished Blood of the Lily, Soul of the Rose. That's my fantasy series. I think I just started on Tears of the Marigold when I decided to do a Curse of Scales and Feathers. Curse of Scales and Feathers is done, and I'm halfway done with a Curse of Wings and Gems. So I thought, well, if I make myself edit one chapter a week, which could be doable, then I could get my audiobook done. And if I did a Curse of Scales and Feathers, well, in about 2 years, I'd be done with it. If I did one chapter a week. No, not 2 years. It'd be 2 years for the second book because there's 60 chapters in A Curse of Scales and Feathers, but in Curse of Wings and Gems, there's 110 chapters. So it'd be like 2 years plus before I finish that one if I did one chapter a week. But I thought if I made that a goal to do every week, I would eventually get my audiobook fully edited and get it up on sale for sale. Versus right now, it's just sitting on my computer doing nothing. So, but you bring a good point. She may just have a lot more experience. She does have a lot of experience. Yeah. I mean, I dedicate most of my time, all my time to writing, but different experiences. Yeah. I mean, if you look, I mean, some of her videos go back like 5 years, and I'm pretty certain she was writing well before that time. She's got a lot. She has a major, like she has a big backlist. That's what I'm trying to say. You've got what, like three books? Okay. You got beginning of your backlist going, like me. I got like 3 books, four books, 5 books, 5 books in my backlist. One of them is a novella. So, but okay, I don't even know how many books she has. She's got a lot. And she is a little bit like you though, Adeshale. You know how you're like writing in different slightly different genres, but they're all kind of sort of connected because what she's got romantasy, she's got straight romance. I'm trying to look here. All books. So she's a little bit, cross genre, not all of her books. And she's got romantasy that feels more like the epic romantasy. But then she also has what looks like, now I haven't read these books, so I could be off. It's just what it feels like when I'm looking at her books, and I've read a couple of the blurbs in the past, that it's like urban fantasy romance, which is different than writing something that's more of an epic fantasy setting. Coffee Shop series, 9 books. The Isles, 4 books. A Network series, 11 books. The Sister Witches, 10 books. Dragon Master Trilogy, 3 books. The Historical Collection, 5 books. And that's page 1 of 3. So yes, she has a lot more. She has a lot of books. So yeah. Different forms of processing too. I'm sure Becca Syme has talked about it. Yeah, that's true. I hadn't thought about that. I looked at her videos, go to her playlist, and you'll see. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. Yeah, it does. I'm a fan of the community building and interaction. Yes, me too. And showing people behind the scenes stuff. Do you know, like, I hear that. Like, people want to see behind the scenes stuff. People want to know about it. That's what I hear. I hear that a lot. Like, put behind the scenes stuff in your newsletter. I rarely do it because I always feel like people are going to be like, yeah, whatever. I don't really want to hear about your stuff. The imposter syndrome, right? Like, I feel like that. So then I don't share a lot. I probably share the most during my live streams here, and that's with other writers. So not with like readers. But yeah, I watched her stuff and I was like, I want to write the fast words just like that. 110 chapters, yes. And what I didn't tell you is that does not include a prologue and 2 epilogues. So it's really 113 chapters. But you know, I would eventually get it done if I did 1 chapter a week. So, I mean, Curse of Scales and Feathers is all done. I could go ahead and get that. If I start doing that 1 chapter a week, I could be almost done with it by the end of next year. I don't know. I feel like there's a part of me that'd be like, okay, I'm doing this. Let's get it all done. Let's do 2 chapters this week or something like that. I don't know. Oh, goodness. Yeah, she's got a lot of books. So she'd have a lot more writing time than me. Well, and I think she just, you know, I don't know what your time was like before now, but she's been writing for a long time. So, I mean, all of us been writing for a long time, but she's been writing to sell for a long time, right? She has like 80 something books. Yeah. She's got a lot of books. A lot. I have 21, 22. If you count my pen name shrugs, I don't know I actually get anything done. Oh, that's pretty cool though. Do you have an author page? If it's on Amazon or whatever, if you want to drop the link, I'd love to check it out. And yes, wow. I love that. You have Omega readers. They might really enjoy behind the scenes stuff. Maybe not, but maybe. Yeah. I mean, I think that sometimes, and then like with my Kickstarter, there was, we hit a stretch goal in which I wrote an additional short story. And it was like, what happened kind of like deal. Because in A Curse of Wings and Gems, you have 2 major divine figures. You have the sun god, and then you have the sea witch. The sea witch is actually divine. She was actually from the water goddess, and chaos itself is what she was born from. And so they each have like their own story going on. And the sun god tells the 2 main characters, this will probably be the last time you see me. And then he's gone, and you don't know what happens after that. And then with the sea witch, when the female protagonist, Emmy, she's able to she gets out of fulfilling her bargain to the sea witch. She's worried the sea witch might take it out on her family. So she warns her sister, hey, watch out for the sea witch. And her sister says, oh, no one has seen her, and where she lived, it's been destroyed. There's nothing there. It's all burnt down. And so you don't really know what happened. You just know, okay, the sun god's gone probably. And then the sea witch is gone. And these 2 were actually lovers. And so the short story that I wrote was like, what happened is what happened, you know, what happened after that point. And so someone actually came for vengeance for him to kill him. And there's only one weapon that can kill gods. And he took that weapon, and as he was dying, went and killed her. And so they both died. And so it's not a happy ever after short story, but I thought it's a behind the scenes kind of like deal, sort of. It actually does end up being a happy ever after later. Actually, the short story that I'm submitting for the AWC anthology is a continuation of their story, but now they're in the 8 hells. And the way my 8 hells are set up is that, like if you go to the 8 hells, not everyone goes to the 8 hells, but if you go to the 8 hells, what was part of what made you negative in your life is what you're going to be missing. So we're actually in her point of view to start with, but you don't know her name because she doesn't know her name. She doesn't know who she is. And the first like real demon she says she sees, she doesn't even know it's a demon. He doesn't have a heart where a heart should be. It's just an open cavity. And then she's slowly realizing what's going on. And then the sun god shows up, but he can't, he's known by being the sun god, but no one ever saw him except for a few people. But there's no one in hell who ever saw him. So the thing that he can't do, he can't say who he is. He can't tell everyone, oh, I'm the sun god. You know, like he's got more power than everybody there, but he can't tell anybody who he is. So his name is Helios. So that's all he can say. Because she used her identity to, scare people and take souls when she was alive, she can't remember her identity at all. So, so it's kind of like this. And so that's a short story that I wrote for the AWC anthology. And he's trying to get her to remember. And then as you pass each level of hell, then you could be redeemed at the end. You get part of back what you've lost, whatever it is that was your hubris, basically, when you were alive. So she's now past 3 levels at this point in the short story. And now by the 3rd level, so after she passed the 1st level, she remembered that she existed because she didn't even know she existed in the 1st level. Like she was like, oh, I'm here. And then she forgot that she's even alive. And the 2nd level, she realizes that she's alive. And the 3rd level, she realizes she died. So, and there's the 8 levels of hell that you had to pass all the crucibles in order to be redeemed. And then you can go on to like a heaven or I call it the celestial firmament, or you can be reborn. So, but the sun god's like, no, we're staying here in hell. And I need you to remember because we need to save our daughter. And so, yeah, that kind of just ends there. So I was like, I feel like, so I wanted to share that short story with my Omega readers, but when I shared the other story from the Kickstarter, I didn't get any feedback on it. Like they were all like, oh, that's great. Thank you. And that was it. I never heard anything else. And I feel kind of like weird. Like, did you read it? So then I'm like, okay, I'm not going to worry about the short story. So I don't know. It's that imposter syndrome, right? Kat, if you can send me your author profile. I guess I've been doing this for 2 to 3 years now. Yeah. So not nearly as long as she's been doing it. Right. I wish that sometimes Amazon would put these books like in the order of like the oldest to the newest. Do they actually do that? They might. Publication date. There you go. Duh. She's got 3 books on pre-order. There you go, Adeshle. She's got as many books on pre-order as you got in your backlist. So she's definitely got a lot of experience. A lot. I'm like trying to find her earliest book, but I keep having to say, show more, show more, show more, show more. I still haven't got to the end of her books. Okay, here we go. So if this is her oldest publication, has 2 reviews on it. No, that can't be her oldest. Oh, well, it could be an updated version because it says February 2023, that can't be her oldest. She's been publishing for a really long time. So I don't know what Amazon thinks they're doing when they say they're putting in publication order. Now I don't know what I'm looking at. Yeah, I don't know what her oldest book would be. I bet you. Can I put it into ChatGPT? Because it's like, I just need someone to tell me, what is author Katie Cross's oldest publication? Searching the web. They're looking everywhere, including Amazon. March of 2014. Mrs. Mabel's School for Girls. I should have known that. I've heard about that book a lot. So, but everyone processes differently. And I know that my writing speed has actually gotten slower since I first started. I remember you saying that. But I bet you, Adeshle, you might be like taking in some additional lessons because you have been reading quite a few craft books, right? I know that you've been reading quite a few. Some that you probably even mentioned, but you've mentioned quite a few. So if you're like processing writing craft while you're practicing, which is a great way to do it, you're probably maybe unconsciously taking a little bit more time to utilize these lessons you're learning about the writing craft to really think about your own writing. And so once you internalize this more, I think you might get faster. That would be my first thought anyways. There it is. I was trying to wait. I was trying to talk. Let me talk. I'll talk a little bit longer so I can get your author profile. You got 2 of them. So you got the pin name and thank you for sharing. I'll go follow. Fairy tale retelling. Were you talking about that? I think you were talking about the fairy tale retelling not too long ago. Well, that's right up my alley. All righty, cool. Thank you so much. I have clicked follow, but it's not giving me a follow button for your other one, just for the KN. Why is it not giving me a follow button? That's weird. Okay. Did you read it? LOL. I get that. Yeah. Sometimes publication date is off. Yeah, especially if they've done a new edition. Sometimes Goodreads is actually the better one to go check out because Goodreads will have like all the editions, especially if there's like a cover change. You can see all the different covers that were used. Even with the author, I've heard authors say that they have tried to get like old covers taken off of Amazon or not Amazon, sorry, Goodreads, and they can't get them taken down. And so, gosh, 3 books on Pretty to Write. So many craft books. That's a great way to think about it. I think so too. I average at 10 words per minute, plus or minus. Well, it's still better than my 3 words a minute, but that's why I went to dictation. Oh, and Kat, I like the about page regarding your books. Which one was it? It's so weird. I'm not getting a follow button for the one. I'm only getting it for your KN Smith. So the about page, I think, is only for the Katrina. Let me go back. Katrina Smith one. There's an about page, yeah. But it's not giving me a follow button on this one. It's so weird. But yeah, you've got a lot of books. Cool. Aria, what is your spice level? Just curious. Do you know I love retellings, and then every now and then I hear like some of the like booktubers say, "I'm tired of the retellings. Let's do something different." And then I hear booktubers say, "I love the retellings. I want to see more." I'm like, I really like the retellings. So, and I was talking about the retellings. Okay, I thought that you were. You do? Yay! Yeah, emotional depth from what it sounds like, character-driven stories. Yeah, emotional depth, unforgettable characters, richly imagined worlds. From epic young adult fantasy, chilling paranormal mysteries, and heartfelt slow burn romances, her stories explore identity, legacy, and power of love. I really love that. That sounds like really well written. A lot better than mine. Mine's like real short and to the point, and I think it doesn't do what it should do. I've been thinking about changing it. If I change it, it'll be like the 3rd time I've changed my bio, trying to figure out something that works. All right, I think it's just us still here talking. So let's go ahead. We've got links. I have followed you. At least I've followed your KN. It's not giving me a follow button for Katrina Smith. I don't know why. I'll try to figure it out. And yeah, I'll be back Tuesday through Thursday with the strictly timed sprints. So three 1 hour long sprints with a strict 5-minute breaks in between. For my Katrina Smith books, Closed Door, Mild Spice, from a pen name, Spice. Ah, gotcha. Okay. Mine is just like, hello, welcome to my page. Put your feet up. I don't know why either. I don't know. I'm going to check it out and see if I need to click on a different page. It's not just giving it to me on the same page that your other profile gave it to me on. So, all right, we're going to end it there. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming, and I'll see you guys later. Don't forget about Morgan sprinting tonight. All right, bye.